the moment. But welcome on in, everybody! It is a Monday, and we are live. I'm going to be playing Pool Cleaning Simulator. This key is brought to you by Keymailer, obviously. Thank you to Keymailer. Thank you to the devs of Pool Cleaning Simulator for the key. If you guys are not... if you guys don't know about the game, there should be links for it. But yeah, this is a game I've been hyped for. This is a game I've been hyped for a while. We played the demo here on stream. But yeah, I'm hyped to be playing this game. It is fully released on Steam, so if you want to go purchase it for yourself, definitely check out the Steam store. But yeah, welcome on in. I do have a cold sore on my lip, so I apologize if you guys see it on the camera. Should I use my cam or should I not? I mean, we could try it and see how it looks. If it looks too bad, then I can turn it off. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Let's get into some action. Let me unmute Discord. Let me put Discord to the right channels. Okay, and let me go here. I don't even need to see OBS, to be honest. But oh shit! Oh, it's still on game capture. It's not on my desktop capture. Hold on. There we go. And look, we still have light in the background. They should be able to hear you now, Scoots, if you want to talk, by the way.
No, I'm good. But hi, chat.
But yeah, I'm super hyped for this game. I've been waiting for the launch of this game for quite a while, so let's see what it brings. Hope the camera looks good, y'all. Oh, there's something here, right? Oh god. Oh, never mind. It's not that loud, but we highly recommend starting the game over, but it is not required. Tutorial. Okay. New my company. Okay. Play. We'll do new game. We'll do. Oh, I did that wrong, didn't I? Hold on. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? Hello, Firebot? Are you... There we go.
Watch it do it twice now.
No, it won't. I wasn't clicked into it the first time. Ah!
Mm.
Press tab. Whoa. Hold on. No, back. Go back. Toggle tablet, tab. Settings. Let's go to graphics first of all. Quality. We'll leave it on medium for now. And control. Oh, G is drop. Oh, look, it's the Faz van. Oh, look, it's the old breaker from Faz. Wow. Definitely used a lot of Faz assets in this game. Okay, let's do this first. Hi, nice to meet you. I will be your guide to a wonderful world of pool cleaning. We are waiting for many fascinating orders for swimming pools from various clients. They can be very specific. We are located at your headquarters. You inherited from old McDuck. Hi, Jimmy. Your uncle from America, who supposedly disappeared and no one knows where he is now. This is where you will manage your equipment, shop, and go on errands. Take care of the reputation of both your customers and your company. The better your reputation, the more orders you will receive. Let's start with the basic things. In the upper left corner, you will find the currently performed tasks. Try to complete the first tasks. Hello, Jimmy. What's up? Welcome on in. Little guy's friend who runs the shop. He didn't introduce himself by name, so let's just call him the store. You can buy a lot of tools, chemicals, and upgrades from him. Hi, I see we have a mutual friend. Listen, I have prepared a small starter package for you at a promotional price. I have it on a different audio. I have it on a different track, Jimmy. Separate tracks, man. Separate tracks. That's what I love about Twitch. Is I can separate my tracks and not have to worry about it. Right, Scoots? Yee. I mean, I can't use Pretzel because Pretzel's broken. The application broke on me. So, if you're not here while I'm live, get in the Discord, message them. Yeah, I kinda might have left their Discord, and I can't join anymore. Oops. No, I'm not worried about it anyway. I really couldn't. I don't know. Yeah, that's usually why I tell people to be here when I'm live. Other than that, it's just quiet. Oh. This is a trash bag. I don't want this. Really? There we go. Oh, apparently you can dive in this one? Okay. Temperature standards? Phew! Pack the pressure washer into your van. I love my van. I got an achievement. But either way, I also got a key for this from Keymailer. So. Yeah. No. Open to these. Because they're stuck to the packaging. No, it's pastry. Buy a sponge. And who says I have? Who says I have? Who says I had to use my hand to open it? I can use the scissors if I want. Yeah, before they filled it with Phasma stuff. Phas junk. Saved from mine, just to be when I die. Probably the demo. Yeah, that's probably the demo. We both played the demo. This is the full release of the game, though, so... I was lucky enough to get a key for it. They get a key mailer again for the key. Or the developer. Whichever one gives you the key, I couldn't be... I don't know who gives the key anymore. But... I appreciate them nonetheless. We'll drain the pool. Look, I have a van. Vroom. Oh, I guess I gotta go to my van. Yeah. Hold on, let me go grab my sponge. Take you down from where? But yeah, separate audio tracks. I love my separate audio tracks, so I can listen to what I want. Alright, let's take this back to the van. Go down. Keep inside, you feel it. Oh look, another duck. One, two. Oh look, another duck. Catch them all. Remaining two. What? Get up. Apparently there's a duck. Apparently there's two ducks missing somewhere. Apparently there's two ducks somewhere. I don't remember where all the ducks are, chat. Oh. Oh. Hi. Alright. Chat. Y'all are gonna help me find a duck. So let's take this back to the van. No ducks in here. Tell me if you see a duck. You'll remember where it's at. Alright. Our last one was here. Oh, there it is. I see it. Look at that. That's sneaky. Look at that. Here you go. Go to the mail. Go to the mail. I can't get to the mailbox. Oh! Not that mail. Oh my god. But yes, it's a free game brought to you by Keymailer. They reached out to me with a key for this the other day when I was actually live. The day I was streaming. Whatchamacallit? Alright. Look, we have our own duck. Keys. See. Come on now. Yeah, go. We don't have one of these yet. Buy all this new stuff. Mm. Well, apparently you can do this. Oh god. Add-on for the pressure washer. Look at the boxes. Box terror, anybody? It's the leaning box. It's the leaning tower of boxes. It's only a piece for the. It's a piece for the. Yeah. See, look, it's a piece for the pressure washer. Yeah. See, it's in. See, it's a piece of the pressure washer. pH plus. pH minus. Even though really nobody uses negative, everybody uses positive. I don't even think we bought pH negative in a while. Chlorine. A filter. So I can order another one of these and order a couple more filters too. My net. Hi Platty, welcome on in. Yeah, we haven't used a negative in quite a while. Last couple of times Mom's used it. It's usually pH. Usually adding pH. Just because of where... Where in the heck are you supposed to put this thing? Oh. Apparently the duck goes through the... There we go, that's better. I can order more of these and another filter. Here, I'll buy 2 of them. And 2 of those. Because the one out in the front is... I just used quite a bit of it. This is garage, really? I just got an achievement for closing a door? And I know to order more than one filter. Because I'll probably use them. But yeah, I'm so glad I'm gonna play. God, that ended up being a money pit. We like ours. Ours will be going up again in the spring. Alright, let's go to our next job then. Hi. I need a screwdriver. I guess I don't have it. I guess I need to wait on that one. Pizza. No, Africa. Also, there's gonna be some VR chat happening in the future, y'all. So stick around for that. And I'm so happy. I found a public Nova beast that I can play as. Either that or whatchamacallit, my Mano kit. I can be a Mano kit because I have the public Mano kit avatar. Getting sick on the floor. Need to rest on the floor. Morocco, London to Pizza, straight to India. I do very best and better drinking to the bar. Huh? On the floor. It's there on the floor. I want to see if there's any more buttons. Aha, secret. Gold, we're rich. We can quit. We're rich. I'm just kidding. Ah, son of a bitch. How do you get piranhas in a pool? Code for the pipe box is 5532. 5532. Five, 5, 3, 2. Everyone. Oh, gross. That's the thing, cause I can, cause I can. How we get here? I like the purple tile. Because people. Yeah, but I don't have the one right now. I say about being one, I something I could have to have it fun. I'm totally crazy. It's just good. Go get your dinner. I'll be here. How are you guys doing up, laddie? Hopefully you guys are doing good. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. I've actually had this key for a while, so... Again, thank you to Keymailer for providing, or the dev for the key, I guess. I don't know who gives the key, but whoever gives the key, whoever's in charge of that, I appreciate it for not just rejecting the request. Because I did get 2 rejections on Keymailer, which I'm not happy about. But it is what it is. They don't want me, so. As far as I can see, I won't be buying their gear. I might even be removing it from my wish list. And that would be Gas Station Simulator. Because I don't feel that I was treated proper. I don't feel that was properly seen. That they didn't even give me a reason. They just rejected it. So. But it is what it is. I'm not gonna harp on them for it. I would have loved to make content for their game, but apparently they didn't want me to, so. Well, really, I don't know why I was rejected. I don't have any reasons. Unless they're seeing something they don't like. I don't know. It wouldn't really fit the vibe for me. Come on, baby. But, it is what it is. I didn't get it, so. And one was a DLC, so I knew they were going to reject it. I had a funny feeling they would when I was going to request it, so. Considering they rejected my request for gas station sim, so. Maybe I just wasn't what they were looking for or something, I don't know. I would have loved if they would have, you know, posted and said, hey, we're not actually looking to take people for more keys. But I appreciate the keys nonetheless. Whether I get it or not. Replace the pool pump filter. I need to grab a filter. Oh. Ah! Set the appropriate water parameters, temperature, pH. Temperature 32. 30 to 32. We'll go 32. What? Ooh, what do they want me to do? 5532. Okay, how does this work? Um. Okay. It says they need chlorine. Yeah, well, the thing is, Jimmy, you can't try again. There is no trying again. It's a one-time deal. It's a one-shot deal. Okay, so how much chlorine do they want? You can set the temperature using the blue device under the floor where the valves are. The blue device is the set to 0. Okay. Yeah. Here, we'll try that. Nope, still not enough. Here, well, I too. What do you mean? I'm not putting random chemicals in the pool. I'm putting chlorine. I'm putting chlorine. I got a meter here. I'm watching my meter. There, put one more for good measure. No. There's levels on this I have to go by. That's in the good range. I need pH plus though. Rockstar. Okay. pH, no, it's negative. Plus. Put a dash of that in. Let's see if the pH is where it's supposed to be. Nope. I need a dash. I need another dash of this. We'll add 2 dashes of this. We'll add 2 dashes of spice. Damn it, one more. One, 2, there. One more for extra pH. One more. I could put one more in there. I'll put one more pH plus in there and that should do it. There we go, that should be good. We'll check it just to make sure. Yeah, perfect. Where's a rich girl? If cause I got all the money. Okay, I did that. Filter. To empty the pool, move the red lever. To refill it, turn the red wheel valve and move the blue lever. Risky. Just get. Let's check the temperature. Embarrass. Alright, temperature's good. I'm guessing it needs more pH. I'm guessing it's not enough. Where about? Yeah, it's perfect. I guess it needs more chlorine. Okay. I did that. Bring your tools back to the van to complete mission. What do you mean? What does it mean? What? All my tools are here. Am I... Am I missing something? Okay, let's try that. Hey, WV! How are you? It's been a while. How's she going? 7.2, yeah. Chlorine is good. And 0.9, yeah. Everything is always back to you. In the park. Alright. Okay. Well, what I did wrong? What? You're a pool boy now. Well, I got this key from Keymailer, so they get a Keymailer for the key. I think it's Keymailer. If I'm wrong by saying Keymailer, somebody correct me. Is it Keymailer that gives the keys, or is it the... developer? Somebody from Keymailer told me it was the devs that give the keys. If I'm saying the wrong thing, please somebody... Oh, you fucker. Come here. Get over here, fishy. Oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, son of a bitch. Apparently, it makes you redo it. Five, 5, 3, 2. And then they say, pull this lever. Well, that's emptying. Wait for a moment. For a moment. Time goes by. Think of it like it is good. Man. How are you doing though, Wes? Hopefully you're having a good week. We need to play something soon again, Wes. You should come join us on some Minecraft. It's only Monday. I said, how's your week starting or going? Also, for those of y'all that are in my community, if you're part of the community, we do have a community Minecraft server. If you are interested, come join us. Come play with us. Well, how's your Monday then? Hope your Monday was good. If not, you know, hopefully we can make it better. Maybe. Possibly. Average at best. Also, I want to do another It Takes Two with someone, so if anybody's interested in doing It Takes Two again, I would love to run through that again. I'd love to do it with Kat, but I don't think we have I don't think she has the time right now. Between work and school right now. Some of the pass me about. Alright. I won't paint my picture. Also, can I get a shout out for Platypus Muerte since he was in here? Apparently he didn't want to do his own. Because I know he's live. So I follow Platty, one of my awesome, amazing friends. Please go give him some love. In the spotlight. Go give him some love, y'all. Alright. I don't know if he likes us to do the Twitch show now, but he also is on here on Twitch too. I want to follow him, but YouTube is the best place to find him. Three big stars. Reasons for that. Me, but I don't believe. Someone jump early, yeah. Okay, this. Perfect. Better look like Johnny. You. Yeah, there we go. We got it that time, y'all. 55320 216. Then 9354. Oh, that's a big lamp. Lamp. Oh. Attention, someone found and returned your lost item. I didn't know I lost it. No, look at the lamp. Lamp. Need a lamp? Need a lamp? Here, you guys, look at the lamp. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Right back, y'all. Bathroom time. Oh. I'm just don't care. Do you guys like my lamp? Lamp. But it's not just a lamp. It's a UV lamp. How are you a lamp? But yeah, for anybody who's interested, we do have a Minecraft server. We may play that later. What the heck? Blame Bush. What the heck? What? I can't worry. Okay. Five 5 3 2 4 1 6. Okay. Hold. Let it go ain't easy. Not far. Talk is cheap. Me a what can. My way. Uh. 0216. E. E. 9354. Nope. Must be this one. Oh, 0216. No. No. One. Said I don't know. One. Two. Three, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. But what is this?
1 liter, 1 1 5. One 5. 5. Okay. 1 5 1 5 1 5 1 5 1 5 1 5. I think it's no. Ah, oh well. G. How do I get out of this? Okay. 5 5 3 2. This button. Oh my god, look. Yeah. To space, to talk to your face. Yeah, it's that. It's done, but it's forever. Enjoy the things my love to. They can rip them, We flock together. We flock together. Love. Love. Ooh. Hey, Wes, you playing anything lately? I've seen you on Xbox yesterday. Why don't you come play with us sometime? Or do you not like Minecraft? 'Cause we have other games too. We could always go back into that raft playthrough that we left off on with you. I rarely play anything ever. Really? Because you were playing on Xbox the other day. And I messaged you. And you didn't respond, and I'm like... For like 20 minutes? I mean... Okay, whatever you say. I wasn't on for long? Okay. Well, you could have at least responded to me, you know, and said something, you know. Like, hey, I'm not on for long, I'm just getting something or whatever, you know. Cause I kinda expect responses, you know. I know I shouldn't, but I didn't see your message. Nobody does. Cause we're not, and actually that's kinda true. Cause half the time I message people and they're like, I didn't see that guitar. I'm like, how do you not see a message? Like, bro. I don't understand that. Like, explain that to me. How, if I message you, how in the hell do you not see the message? For one. Like, somebody explain that to me. Scoots, you can talk, too, if you want to say something here. Like, am I too much expecting people to, like... I know everybody's busy, but, you know... Okay. But what, that still doesn't explain... Do you not get notifications on Discord? If so, why do you have that shit turned, why is that turned off? Like, I don't understand people turning notifications off. Like, I get it for servers, but for your DMs...
Sometimes I have Discord minimized, and if I'm AFK, I don't hear the ding.
Yeah, I get it for you.
If it's minimized, you don't see the notification, right? So.
But it's like, if I leave you a message, there's a 1 there. No, I don't have notifications
Not
on.
if it's minimized.
You don't. So you're telling me if I sent you a message right now, you don't get a 1 and you left it forever. You don't have a 1 in your Discord. Forever.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The only way I would notice it is if I were to go to my taskbar, and that's always hidden. It's on autopilot.
I'll see. I didn't know people had the taskbar.
Yeah. I do that.
I
I
didn't.
get more screen real estate that way.
076207628 I got the code. 07628 07628. I just did that. E. Huh. So what happened in here? What? Why am I in here? Aha! Big yellow button. I love big yellow. I love big buttons. Oh! Oh! Can I borrow some of this so I can buy my second PC?
If that was real, yeah.
It's gold. I check Discord usually a couple of times a day usually. Yeah. I mean, I've been told before by some, everybody's like, hey, if you have to message me, leave a message. You know, I don't mind if you leave a message. Like, that's the way Zombie and I talked about it years ago. I said, if I need to message you, it's fine if I leave a message. He said, yeah. I'm gonna go change though. I'm gonna go grab a filter. Let me go grab a filter. 5532. Oh. Pour the milk into a metal bucket. What are we doing? Wait, what are we doing? What? Okay, Ah! Okay, it says pour the milk. Ah! Okay, where's the milk? Milk. Table, berry dishes, pour a glass of... Okay. Wait. Wrap your arms around EK. We're going to come back to this one, y'all. This is... I can't complete this. I don't have the metal bucket. Okay, well, we'll come back. We'll come back and we'll finish that off later. See, some of these I can't do until I do some of the other ones. Bucket. Bucket, bucket, bucket. Oh, the wide tip. Hey, we got a wide tip now. Ding doo. I got a wide tip now, Scoots.
Nice.
Chat, I'm being serious. Okay, how do I put a tip on it? Um. Q. Okay. I wonder if I had to put it on the truck. Yeah. Oh, look at that. That's a lot wider now. That's a big difference. Oh, I like that one. Yeah, see, there's tips. There are tips of the pressure washer. And I can buy a second one, too. I have a question. Is this game multiplayer?
I doubt it. I can't see how.
Hey! Finally, the screwdriver! Ding doo! Screwdriver! God, I got Tommy Quacker, I got Sebastian the Shark, and murder! No. Get off my screen, I want this box. Give me the box. And you can sell items too. Right. I'm not doing a murder right now. Let's go deal with the Tommy. Let's go deal with Tommy. Looks like Tommy's gonna have Ducks Part 3. You can turn just the... Can't you just turn DMs on, Scoots, without turning the full, all notifications on for Discord? I swore you could.
There should be an option for that, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter anyway. Most people have my server. You can mute servers, yes. Which I don't support at all, but... Oh, God. So we gotta fill these buckets. Damn, we got a lot of work to do. Stop. Oh god. I didn't see this. Scoots.
I see it. So you gotta sort them by color.
Q. Oh, gee. I have an idea. Because this bucket holds 10. We'll take the bucket. My God. Oh. Q. Oh, Q. That helps. Oh, I'm gonna take a shower. I'll BRB. Okay. I got in my life. This is a lot easier, isn't it, Scoots? Now you see why I bought this bucket.
Oh.
This can hold 10 ducks at a time. So look, I could just go. So I got 10 of these ducks. Makes collecting these things a lot easier. God, we're gonna have a lot of ducks by the end of this. Now let's start picking up these pink guys. Purple ducks. All the purple. Purple. Home. Be up inside me. This is a lot of ducks, isn't it?
Yep.
Why do you need so many? A big ass duck party? Excuse me, you need to get in there. There you go. All right. All right, it's all the white and the yellow. All things are thinking about me. Things are thinking about me. There we go, all the blue. This is purple, my favorite color. My Sona has purple on it. I'm gonna save the purple for last. Alright. Pink, 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 pink. This is a lot of ducks. I think this guy's a duck collector at this point, don't you think?
Yep. Lee would be happy.
Huh?
Lee would be happy.
This is way too many ducks. We need to send Flea once I get them all in the boxes, we need to send Flea the clip of the, we need to send Flea this part of the stream. I think she'd be like, oh my god, the ducks! All the ducks. I don't think she needs any more ducks though. Blatty would probably be like, where the hell did you get all these? We don't need more ducks! That's how Blatty would go about it. And me down, she back in thing. And she got that ring. My love of my life, my shorty, my wife. She left me. Yeah. I'm dreams, only just a dream. I can let it burn. Also, if you're new here, make sure you guys are following all that stuff. If not, you know, welcome on in. Hope you're having a great day, whatever day it is for you. Think about me, hey, girl, that's also got me. Behind the chain was only just a dream. I'm back right down that road and she come back, no more. Everything, the Bible chains up. Oh! Put your hands up, and you give them everything. I was thinking about me, hey, about you gonna be, hey, think about chains up. If I'm back down that road.
Hey, Sparkle.
Welcome on in, Sparkle. Where did my screwdriver go? Oh, there it is. Ed, come on in. Power. Oh! Oh! Oh my god. Okay, I'm happy. Pool pump filter. I'll grab a filter. Scoots, you gotta see this. Look. People.
Yeah.
I'm happy, you know that.
Is that the color of the pool itself?
No, it's the color of the lights.
Oh.
Guy singing, singing. Way up on the water going in. Hey, anyway, way up on the clouds. Okay, we need temperature, pH, and chlorine. We're up on the clouds in the sky singing, singing, singing. Okay. Singing the song, yeah, yeah, and that's so long, yeah, yeah, I'm gonna be bumping up, yeah, yeah. Alright. Oh, pH is good. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll try that. More. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Perfect. And actually, we need to take the pH down a bit. See what I mean? You don't use much pH down. I only need to go down a little tiny bit. So a dash of salt, a dash, just a dash. Perfect. Look at that. pH is perfect. So now we want to put the pH negative away. Like I said, where I'm at in Canada, we don't use much pH down. It's pH up. Temperature. Now, what temperature does he want it? What temperature does Tommy want it? Tommy wants the pool. I don't know what he wants it. I guess we'll go with 20 around there, I guess. G. Done. Oh, that's cold. Okay, G. I'm on another pretty face. I want to be what you need. I want my life to go to waste. I better pick up my tools. Wanna change the one I wanna hold. I wanna minute go to waste. Clean the dirt around, clean around. Go to waste. I want you and your beautiful soul. clean all the ducks. You know. Night, baby, you could go wherever you like. But you could go wherever you like.
Peter B.
Alright. Back's on you, Need your body. Oh God. She won't. She won't. Yeah, I want your body, need your body. No, I think that was all bad, baby, you can. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully everybody's having a great day. It's so dick, it's so tired. What? Oh. Okay, we're gonna do this guy, I guess. Filter trash bag. Code. I need your help, bro. There was an accident in my swimming pool. The whole area is covered in blood. Uh-huh. And garbage. In addition, the police have launched an investigation and are looking for evidence among all the things in the pool. seem like a genuine homie who doesn't cooperate with the police. I leave the decision of what to do with it to you. The code for the storage is 3960. The manual is inside. Remember to check the pH and temperature of water. Greetings, Sebastian the Shark. The Sharkinator. Okay. No, we should be fine. Right, chat? We don't need no... 3960. Okay, and then it says this, and then nothing, and then do this one, and this, this. No, wait, we're gonna redo it. Hold on. We're gonna fill it back up. Okay. And then we're gonna click this. 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 See. There we go. Oh. Oh, hey. To love ya. Q. Oh, I guess I can't throw them away. Q. Oh, G. It's G. Oh my God. Oh, you got sexy from my head because oh shit. Puh. Gosh. God. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back. Also, I've been thinking of maybe doing some song requests here sometime soon. And maybe... Y'all want to have a community night some night? If so, when? When would be a good night for a community night? Community means everybody come play with us. I'm thinking maybe some party animals, maybe some Lethal Company. Maybe a duck. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think though. Community night, yes, no? Should we have a community night? And when would be good for everybody? What day, or what time, or what? What's good for everybody? The club can't even handle me right. You watching me go all out. I should put up a vote in my Discord server. I think that's what we'll do. Also, y'all, if you're interested in the Minecraft server, it is down. It is open for everybody. It's up. We restart it every day. It's restarted every day just to make sure, you know, just to keep the computer, just to keep the server hunky dory, you know. I'm rolling, I know this, you know how. Hunky dory. What? Never heard that word before? Okay, I was making sure. I didn't have to heat mine. Mine was fresh. We cooked the... Did you brush your beat? I go alright. Got me watching my tonight. Everybody in the cover. Oh, are we actually making a thing of it? So far, yeah. Oh. I'm waiting for the STN update. Also, on the tomorrow was the update for Pole Sim. So I think we're gonna do some policing tomorrow. Brooklyn. So hopefully y'all are excited for that one. I know I am. Better. Borderline cattle. Poisons are kicking it high. It's like don't spot that. Brass monkey junkie. Brass. Q. Bye. Duck. I had to try it out tomorrow. Yeah, we have one server up right now, which is our current Bounce SMP server. Scoots is making a second one, which is kind of like Bounce SMP, but it is missing a few of the mods that Bounce SMP does have. We do need to get more raft in too. But yeah, I'm looking for someone to maybe do It Takes Two with. If you're interested in doing It Takes Two with me, maybe doing a run through. I've done a run through already with Everidge. I'd like to do more runs if anybody hasn't played it before. If you're new and you have, It Takes Two, wouldn't mind running somebody through it if you weren't here earlier. Tresemme. They're stealing bottles from IRL. They have Tresemme hair. Scoots, they're stealing the hair care products. Hide your hair care products, they're stealing them. Hide your hair care products, chat. Oh. Oh, a knife. No, I'm just kidding, chat. I wouldn't. Also, hope everybody's having a good day. I know I've read stuff in Discord, so if you're having a bad day, always come in and hang out with us. Maybe you can make your day better. You know, well, I always love to make people's day better. Boss. Everybody seems to have a better day when I'm live, so. My uncle to a max. Okay. We need to do this first. And then the green one. And the black one. What? This? This? No. This? 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 There we go. Also, later on, I will be in VR. I will. Also, there will be some VR chat stuff coming. Probably maybe tomorrow. We'll see. If anybody wants to add me in VR chat, if you do not know who I am on VR chat, it's Guitar Gaming Forum VR chat. So, if you want to add me, feel free. I will add you back. So if you're worried about adding me and not having my permission, you don't need my permission to add me. We'll do two. We'll do two negatives. Two negs. At least then maybe we could do a pause. Is that too much? No, one more. One more neg. 1, 2, 3, 4. Apparently that's how you count to 5, apparently. Oh, it's too much pH. Impossible. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, then we start all over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. You. One, 2. Nope, more. We'll try 3. Ah! One more. One more. Perfect. Whack. 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 One egg. You. One, 2. Wah. Nope. Nope. Wah. It sounds like CD every time I pick up something. Even though I'm a Husko. One more. Rock, rock. No, I don't actually want to rock. Perfect. Perfect. Can we get a shout out for CD as well, please? Oh my god. The way you just said that, my mind just went... We're not gonna go there.
Funny shit. Oh
And
my
pads.
god.
And pads.
Germ.
Oh, hold on. CD built something last night that I'm gonna do today. Oh, I can't tell you. It's a secret. Man. Guys, don't tell their secrets. Okay, hold the temperature. I think the temperature is good. Holy shit. Okay, that's too hot. That's 35 degrees. Fine, I'll find it when you're... It's not in the overworld, though. It's gonna be in the mining realm. And I'm gonna hide it, too, so you can't see it. Temperature, -1. Temperature. Holy shit. That got hot. Fast. Okay. G. I'm gonna turn it up. Turn it down. God damn. Either that or I gotta do it all over again. You know you can talk, right? I'm talking to you. I said you could talk, you know, your invoice. Speaking of CD, there's a Durr, he's live right now. La 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 la, just get the look. If that makes you dizzy, chat, let me know. Look, we're sitting on the chair. La, 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 la. Hold on, I gotta put more tabs open, chat. Give me a minute. Give me a moment. Oh shit, we better drink the water. Okay, we're almost there. G.
Those were the worst sausages I've ever had.
You had sausages?
Yep.
I mean, y'all can see what I have.
It was disgusting, but I ate them anyways.
I mean, it looks bad on camera, but
Yeah.
I can't tip the plate because it'll pour all over the place. Rendezvous. Okay, what does this say? Okay, turn it down. Okay, go, go, go. Quick, quick, quick. Run, 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 run. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. There, it should be good enough. I want to see where it settles at. Let's go down a little bit more. Also, this is the locker. Hey, Beep, 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 beep. Get in there. Okay, we should be good now. What did they call for in the book? Because Adam tells me in Hotel Part 1, 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Does he tell me what? Okay, let me take one more. Here. I want to see where it's gonna sit at. Okay, it needs to go up like 2. 1. We'll put it at 1. Try it at a 1 and see. Does that look right, chat? Yeah, and okay. Ah! Yep, that's perfect. It's just too much. And let's make sure the pH is good. I think it needs a little bit more chlorine. I think that's what we're missing. So I'll add 2 dashes of this. 2 dashes of liquid. 1 and 2. Okay, that's perfect. Bring your tools back to the van to complete the mission. Also, I've seen your. I really want to chit chat. Make sure you guys do, because I love to chit chat with chat. Chit chat with the chat. Chatting in the chat, you know. Okay. Uh. Uh-oh. Uh. Uh-oh. What road chat? Scoots? I might need your help with this, because I can't find it. Where did I put my pressure washer? I put it back, didn't I not? Y'all watched me put it back. Is it in here? Oh, there it is. I left it in the toilet. Okay, let's check the temperature one more time. And let's see if it's settled. Yep, perfect. 5:30. Yeah, that's perfect. 31. And this should be fine. Alright, y'all. Ah! Oh, okay. Bad, you and your... What? It goes Celsius or Fahrenheit. I go by Celsius. I live in Canada. What else do you expect? It says parameters are not proper. No, us Canadians don't go by Fahrenheit, we go by Celsius. Listen, I'll fight you over it. Come on, we'll have that fight right here. In chat. I don't fight. Everyone in Canada goes by Celsius. The States go by the Fahrenheits. Like the States go by miles. That doesn't mean nothing. And we were taught Celsius in school. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, oh. Meow. I don't know. Underwater vacuum cleaner. A wrench. I choose to I choose to I choose to bark. Well, I have a wrench. Look, Scoots, it's your friend. Underwater vacuum cleaner. It's friend. It's a little friend. Deep by your blood, like I wonder, can kill that blade. We'll go back to this one. Wow. Don't need to. G. Yes. Q. Nine, 3, 5, 4. 0216. Zero 7628. Oh fuck. Ah. Oh, Q. Q. Ah, I'm stuck. Restart mission. Are y'all getting tired of this? Of me going over the same missions over and over and over again? Probably. Because it's not technically done. Or it'd be 100%. Zero 72628. 07628. G. Okay, time for me to go. Oh, you're headed off the BV. Sleepies. Have a good night. And some are saying they didn't change times. Time changes for everybody. Is it not? But yeah, we should play something soon. WV. Let me know what you're down to play and we can figure something out for a stream. Not really tired, but I should try to sleep now. Yeah. Some places don't change time. Like where? I know the US does. Which one? The Bounces MP or the newer one? Oh, the newer one's not up yet. It's gonna have the same stuff from the other one. It's mostly a copy, but with a couple of different mods. We copied most of Bounces MP. What do you mean by that? What is that? I wish we kept the time the way it is. Look at that water. I wish this was how quick a pool filled up IRL. And done. Hey. Nine 354. Okay, E. Pour the milk into a metal bucket. Okay. Wah. Okay. Oh, I don't have the metal bucket. Okay. Oh, we'll come back to this one. We'll go. Yeah, we don't have the bucket yet. I gotta come back when I have the metal bucket. But I thought I had it. Jeez, man. Oh. Might need this. Weeple. Got no gas. My cherry pie. Cherry pie. Clover Pump Room is 1, 2, 3, 4. Really? Good morning. As the new headmistress at the school, I am asking you to clean up this wretched swimming pool. Please don't empty it though. Water has become very expensive. We are trying to be eco-friendly. Please also replace the filters and clean around the area around. Code for pump room is 1, 2, 3, 4. pH and temperature should be fine, or maybe not. I don't remember. Kind regards, has Mr. Storybridge.
You know who Dory is? Apparently I do. Well, maybe this is the Dory. She's a school teacher now. Look out, Scoots. Tell us the story. Do you have a story about this, Scoots? Do you have a story about Dory? Get it? Story Dory? Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Ah. That what a Dory said a number code was? Oh yeah, the code. Duh, I know the code. Beep.
I was watching to see why you were good. I was walking. I was wondering where come from. Get it right. Everybody's working for the weekend. Everybody listening. Everybody's going up. Need a second chance. Oh, with more peace of my heart. Let's stop and stop. I'll be in the show. Come on, baby, let's go. You come through. You ever die? I was die. Everybody's working for the weekend. Everybody needs a new man. Everybody's going off the deep end. Oh, the little piece of my heart. The best after the start. You wanna be in the show? Come on, baby, let's go. Hey.
I like the water. Haha.
Easy, put the wall, built the pyramid. Outside, to the me.
Australopithec. Australopithec. And you let them take care. Okay. Ah. Map. Map.
You want to hide your shampoo, Scoots? I'm waiting for you to come. You to say something, voice. Why should I hide my shampoo? I said you should hide your shampoo. Cause I'm gonna end up throwing it away. I'm throwing away shampoo bottles. Okay. What, you don't use Tresemme? I'm guessing not. I'm gonna say it's a no. Very interesting. Bye bye, you monkey. Haven't you always wanted a monkey? $1,000,000. Hey. I'm guessing no. Oh look, chat, time to go home. Stream's over. Just kidding. The Screech is probably like, Guitar, you're nuts. I know, thanks. We all are. If you didn't come here that way, I guess you're leaving here that way. Ah! This room won't be open. To your brothers, okay, apparently that wasn't supposed to happen. Huh.
What? Try to the places you I gotta clear my van out when I get back. Remind me of that chat. I gotta clean out the van when I get back to the base. Remind to me to clean out my van. Clean out the fast van. Or the swimming pool van. Is Platty still going, or are they done already? Probably done already. He's done. Yeah, I figured. Did he even stay for long? Probably not. He's a streamer now. I do longer streams than he does now, don't I? How long did he go for, though? Because all this is... If you could say, I don't know. I don't care. I don't care just what you think, long as it's about. I don't care just what you think is about. Don't care what you think, cause all this is about it. Last time I scared my I don't care what you think, cause all this is about it. Last time I scared my did I? Who's thinking back to the dark night and one more time. Thanks for the memories, think that the rest all back. Baby, just like you, just real. Guitars in the future, my eyesight is going back. These crystal ball, dark clarity except for one night stand, one night and one more time. Thanks to the memories, thanks to the ways of baby, takes like you is for her. You is for her. It's close, wander away, need you. Boom, one night and one more time. Thanks for the memories. Be meow. Bah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. There, don't you all the time. You're there, I'm waiting. Better. All right. This could be the one life. Do anything just to fall in my arms. Thank you, God. So I can put you in. I do anything to fall in. Remember you. I'm here waiting to be the one. Do anything to put you in my. When I was a young boy, my father took me to the city to see I'm marching back. He said, son, when you grow up, would you be savior of the broken, the beaten and the damned? And when you defeat them, your demons, and I will not believe that the plan of the heaven. Because one day I'll leave you a phantom. You in the summer to join the Black Parade. Tomorrow we'll maybe do some VR chat, y'all. Maybe we'll see. Or Wednesday, probably Wednesday. A young boy, my father took me into the city to say I'm marching band. When you grow up, remember
The side about the broken. My baby died. Hold on, I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. Bulgaria. The time, back, check mic, the time, it has back, man, the hero, oh, it's man, the hero, man, down, okay, we'll carry on, the memory will carry on, not the fever. Memory of my I make my the kind of like no. No.
chicken over. Sometimes the Father resurrects you into God. Can't make it this. You're at the time of your life. I'm feeling like it. Can't get enough of you, baby. I can't get enough of you. What's up, Sparko? Hope you're having a good day. What have you done? So I got some new avatars for VR chat. Oh, new one. I can't wait to see it and play with it. That's not fair. I'm a believer. Leave her if I try. Sorry, just the water's getting to me, guys, so I had to turn them. Music up. 'Cause I got rain. I'm a believer. My, I'm in love. I can believe her. I couldn't leave her. That's right. Wop, 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 wop. Wop, 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 wop. Wop, wop, wop. Got around. Oh shit. Uh, I'm a believer. Say hey. pH and chlorine. One, two, three, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh-oh. Fuck.
Son of a bitch. I dropped it in there, didn't I? Wait a second. Alright, I picked up. I don't know where I put it. I'm gonna restart the mission. Alright. I don't know where the bottle went. I don't know where it went. I can't find it. I couldn't find it anywhere. Oh. I think we're actually gonna switch it up here, y'all. I think that's what we're gonna. I think we will do another video on this one. I think I just need. I don't know. I think that the nice. I think we might switch over to Minecraft though. But I'll be right back. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, let's try one more time. Okay, we do the chlorine. Just remember to put the bottle back right there. As long as it's right there, we should be fine. Okay, this. Okay, Q. Exit. Okay, you're in the pool. Buzz. I buzzed in. Yeah, I have my tabs. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What's up with a one? What's up, baby? Got my girl.
Yeah? Oh, you want me to take him down there? Yes, it's time for his bed. Bedtime for cat. Bedtime for Scooter. I'm in the wrong room. Wrong way, ring way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let me go put this back in the van. Back at the van. You. G. March, 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 march. Marching away. Hey. Hey, hey. Oh. What you up to, Sparkle? And everybody, what's everybody up to tonight? Everybody in chat. Unscrew. I'm not gonna say what it was going through my head, because it's not Twitch friendly. Ah. Nintendo 7W. Alright. Ah, nuts. Okay. 2 pool filters. One at a time. Duck. Hold on. Hold on, let me make it so it goes to. There we go. Fucked up. Hold on. Yeah, it's still there, okay. Where's your Bolivar? Husky. If y'all want to, if anybody here streams and you want to shout out, don't feel bad to ask. Especially a certain someone. I heard you crying, man. Brother. Look, my vacuum has a tail. Waggle, 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 waggle. From my tail. Chat's not really. Why do we let guitar use this underwater thing? Y'all shouldn't have gave me this. Cause now I'm gonna spend forever underwater with it. What? It's got a tail. Wag, 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 wag. We are people this bad. It's not a dog or a cat, it's a vacuum. Are you sure about that?
Whoa. People just partisan.
Hey, y'all. I think after this, we're gonna wrap up stream. Instead of doing some Minecraft, because it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I started late today, but we got 5 hours in. We can say that. I don't know. The only thing is that the Minecraft, something that just crossed my mind. With 2 Minecraft servers, how are we gonna play on both at the same time? Like, yeah. Like, I think once everybody gets bored with the current server we're on, although Grizzy's gonna miss his mud, so I don't think he's ever gonna get off the one we have. What? And no, we're not getting Valleycraft back. It's Valleycraft that controls the mud. I believe. Or is mud the base block? Well, no.
One more game. 13 more games. Also, y'all, make sure y'all go give the 13th Seahawk a follow as well. 13 is an awesome bean. CD, Kaji, 13, a whole bunch of people.
Show the cursed eyes.
Oh god! Oh god! That is 13. And his weird eyes on his man outfit. And for artists, we have Kajiru and Carl. Carl! Does CD on play Minecraft on certain days? Yes, today is a community night. He's doing community night tonight. He was talking about it last night.
How old are you?
There's Kaji.
Where was that?
Oh,
Did you get a picture?
How old are you?
Oh, I don't know if I got it.
Oh no, it's not.
I didn't. God damn it. That scream though.
You okay, buddy?
The scream was so good. Oh my god. 10 out of 10.
I don't think he'll get Carl. I don't think he'll get Carl, because Carl's a hard one. Carl is not an easy one to get. The kobold. I'm trying to think, who else is there that we've rated? 'Cause I know. Wow, you actually got that one.
Here's a lot.
How the heck did you get that one?
Alright, Cody. I have to. Listen.
Another air teach.
No. No. I have to. No, wait. No.
Google food. I know somebody who streams on here where we don't shout out enough. Ambrose Fox. A certain fox named Ambrose. Make sure y'all go give him a follow. Amazing, funny, silly content creator. Wait, hold on. Wait, when did you spell wrong in the first one?
I see where you went. I see it. Oh my god. I saw that one. Ambrox Fox. I guess he's Ambrox now. I'm gonna tell him. I'm just kidding. He'd probably be like, what? Who the hell is Ambrox? I don't even think that's like an account. Waggles. So, after this, I think I'm gonna end it though, because I think I'm gonna go hop on some VAR chat, and I'll stay in Discord. 'Cause I'm not gonna go. I don't think I'm gonna go join anybody tonight. I'm just gonna go in, see the Nova Beast, and play with it for a few minutes. Either that, or wait till next time I stream. Tomorrow we'll play more of this, I think. Either that or some Minecraft. And, definitely Wednesday we'll try a VR chat stream. Cause I know Platty's interested in VR chat, so if y'all are interested in VR chat, we'll be doing a VR chat stream on Wednesday, sorry. Wednesday. Maybe we'll do like a game show or something. You still need it. When you ever get your headset, Scoots, I'll have to get you set up with VR chat. I'll have to help you set up your VR chat account and stuff like that. So you could probably create it now and just leave it as it is. You could probably even use your Second Life character if you still have the files for it. What do you mean, no? You don't have the files for it anymore? Damn. I don't even know. Oh yeah, you can't upload anyway right away. You would have to spend the time in VR chat. You have to be in VR chat for at least like an hour, I think. You have to be in VR chat for a certain amount of time before you're allowed to upload avatars anyway. There's a minimum. Yeah. Plus, there's a minimum anyway on uploading avatars. Like, I can upload an Avi because I've been in VR chat for over 44 hours. Parameters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Try that. Almost there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we'll do one more. 6, just for. Oh, almost. So I need 1, 2. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. Like one more. Perfect. We'll do one more, just in case. Perfect. I need pH positive. And we'll sprinkle 3 of these in there. 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good, remember this is a bigger pool, so it's gonna take more pH to fill it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and just for an extra 5. Don't worry, if we go too much on the pH positive, we can just go negative. 1, 2, 3. I can do 3 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There. That should be enough. Oh, rated 7. We'll go a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be good. Don't worry, if we have to, we can go negative. Ooh, we need a little neg. Okay. It's too much positive, so 1 negative. One sprinkle of negative. That should do it. That's perfect. Alright. Okay, what degrees does she want it? Dory Bridge. School Part 1. Doesn't say. What temperature is it? Oh god, that's cold. Okay. Alright, we'll leave it on 3. That should bring it up to snuff. It's gonna take a long while for this to warm up. It's a big pool. I think I know somebody in the chat who needs a shout out though, Scoots. Think you know who. I'll get it done. This is my shout out for today. Because he's been shouting himself out in my Discord, so myself promo.
No, Jurassic Park movie. I like it. Oh my god. Let me listen.
Yo, go give Sparkle a follow.
Okay, it turns out to me. No! No, 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 no.
Oh, go give him a follow. You thought you weren't gonna get his shout out, huh? You never know what that's gonna pop. You never know what's gonna pop there. Also, the shout outs that pop up here, if you're wondering who does these, the pop up here, this is Pixel Chat. This is AC Pixel does all the stuff for that. He's an old mixer guy that did it for years. And he's an amazing person, and I love to support him any way I can by using his stuff. So. Oh. I didn't lose it. 25 degrees Celsius. We'll go around 80 Fahrenheit. That should be good enough. Okay. G. Go in here. Okay, perfect. Clean dirt around the swimming pool. Come with me. Duck. Now even some of my older clips pop up there. AKA Scoot's ordering his damn coffee. Clean around. It's actually up on my YouTube channel. Somebody was washing their hair at the pool. I don't know why they would do that, but you know. Dong. See, it's shampoo. Oh, good Tresemme. I don't even know if anybody in this chat uses Tresemme. Or if they still sell it. I don't pay attention. Hopefully you're good though, Sparko.
And if you didn't have a good day, hopefully, pick up the garbage and throw it into the garbage cans. If not, hopefully it gets better. There's always hopes that your day can get better. Or week. I gotta go load this in the truck. Somebody needs to remind me when we get back to the base, we need to unload the truck. This truck's probably loaded up with trash. There we go. Science is swimming boards to build a pyramid, but take take it easy. I just gotta take it easy. Alright, let's look at our bucket. Hold on, chat. I have an idea. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Let's grab this. This will be easier than running around pick up surfboards. Leave the flutter boards. And one more right here. But yeah, tomorrow we might be doing some VR chat if anybody's interested. Also thinking of a birthday stream for this year too. Maybe, we'll see. There we go, look at that. Ta-da! Building a pyramid. Alright, back to the van. Alright, and email Dory Bridge. Bam! Woohoo! Wow, we made $600 out of that. With that,
I think we're gonna call it a. I think we're gonna call it on this game, y'all. As it is 12:43. So my thoughts on this game. Definitely loving the game. We played 6 hours and 15 minutes of it. So this is where we're going to segment it off. Maybe we'll segment it into some VR chat? I don't know. But, let's see what we got in the shop right quick. Hey, there's the bucket. Ding dong. What? Do something with the truck. Do what with the truck? Fill it back up? I'm already on that. I'm putting more shit in it. I'm gonna finish filling it. That's that what you meant? Did you meant to fill it? Oh look, it's almost full. Does anybody in chat remember what we had to do with the truck? I'm pretty sure it's fine, right? I didn't have to take anything out of it, did I? Or was I supposed to take everything out of the truck? Oh yeah, we were supposed to. I think that's empty. Oh, so we're out of empties every time I go out. Nice van, nice crocodile. Ah. Apparently you can get a shovel.
Alright. Anyway, I think... I think that's where we're gonna be calling this game for now. Cause if I go any further with this, I'm gonna be on this all night. I have a funny feeling. Do we have any more quick jobs we can do? Dory's done. Aqua Park. Oh my god. Big duck. Oh. Hey, we have a shovel now. Yeah, I think it was empty the truck. We don't have to. Shovel. Look at our truck though, it's growing pretty good. God, this place is getting pretty packed. Look, you can jump in the sunlight and fast. Oh, I can't jump up on the thing. Alright, y'all. With that, we're gonna quick save. We'll save the game. Yeah. 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 Yeah, we will definitely return to this game. Save and return to menu. It looked like you were ready for bed. Oh, not really. Just I'm sitting down for a while. Ow. Yes, again, thank you to the key mailers and the devs of this game. Like I said, this game is currently, as it says in the bottom of the corner, it says this game is currently in early access. You may encounter some errors and even crashes. Please remember that this game is still under development, and you can report game problems using the in-game bug reporter.